Okay, we are going to start.
Out of court, 4-2. Five two. Short service, 3-5. Hand in, 4-5. And out, 6-4. Um, 7-4. Yeah, no. 8-4. Down. 9-4. 10-4 game point. For game to chase. You ready? Second game, Chelsea to serve the ball. One love. Love. And out, 1-2. And out, 3-1. Take a let, 3-1. Down. 4-1. Five, 1. Six, 1. Seven, 1. Eight, 1. Nine, 1. Ten, 1. Game points. Eleven, 1. Game to Chelsea. Ninety seconds. Are you ready? All right. That game, Chelsea to serve, love all. One love. And out, 1-all. And in, 2-1. And out, 2-all. Let 2-all. 2 left. 2-all. Three, 2. Four, 2. 5-2. 6-2. Out of court. 3-6. Seven, 3. Was that all good? Let. Take let. I'm not sure of the service. Take a let. 7-3. Do you guys want to come and mark? Do you want to come and mark? Huh? 7-3. Let's. Down. 8-3. Nine, 3. Yeah. Ten, 3 game and match. Out of court. 11-3 game and match to Chelsea.
Maisha.
Can we have Leon here and Emmanuel Amuri on court 2. Leon here and Emmanuel Amuri on court 2. Now. Ludia and Gladys and get ready for quarterfinal. Ludia and Gladys and get ready for quarterfinal. Court 2, Leon and Kenyan. Yes, you can subscribe to Visual TV right now. They're live on YouTube. Please subscribe. The people on coach 2, Mou.
4-1. Five, 1. Handout 2-5. Handout 6-2. Any? Seven, 2. Handout 3-7. Four, 7. Out. 8-4. Down, down. Handout 5-8. Six, 8. Seven, 8. Eight all. Handout 9-8. Hii ni stroke. Ilikuwa juu. Stroke ball. It was going to the front. Yes. Handout 9-all. Ten, 9. Game and game ball. Nisishtuki. Down. 11-9. First game to Gladys. Hii game ni ngumu. Ni ngumu tu. Ni ngumu, unajua kuna kitu baya kama mko same level. Game inakuwa ngumu. Second game, Gladys to serve level. Hand out one love. Two love. From the left. Three love. Hand out 1, 3. Out. Hand out 4, 1. Five, 1. Nice. 6, 1. Right. 6, 1. 6, 1. Hand out 2, 6. Time, 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 time. 2, 6. Wait. Yes. Down, down. Hand out 7, 2. Eight, 2. Nine, 2. Ten, 2. Game ball. Hand out 3, 10. Eleven, 3, second game to Ludia. Third game, scores are 1-1. Ludia to serve, love all. One love. One all. You're asking. Stroke ball 2-1. You. Three, 1. Hand out 2-3. Time, play alert, 2-3, play alert, 2-3. Four, 2. Three, 4. Down. Hand out 5-3. Four, 5. Five each. Hand out 6-5. Stroke ball 7-5. From the right. Hand out 6-7. Seven all. Hand out 8-7. Eight all. Out. 9-8. 10-8 game ball. It was okay. You volley, but you played a volley. You played a volley. The volley did not bounce. (11-8), third game to Gladys. Fourth game, Gladys to serve level. Hand out one love. True love. Three love. Four love. Hand out 1-4. Two, 4. Hand out 5-2. Down ball, hand out 3-5. Hand out 6-3. Handout 4-6. Any. No, it's okay. Wait. She can serve from the right. It's okay. 4-6. Five, 6. Handout 7-5. Handout 6-7. Seven all. From the right. 7 all. Handout 8-7. Any side. 8-7. Play alert, please. 8-7. Handout 8 all. Ni ngumu. Out 9-8. Down. The service was down. The service was down. 9 all. Handout 10-9 game ball. (11-9) fourth game to Ludia. Fifth game, Ludia to serve, Level. One love. True love. Three love. Handout 1, 3. Handout 4, 1. Five, 1. Six, 1. Seven, 1. Out of court, 2, 7. 2, 7. 3, 7. Out. Eh?
Oh, yeah,
No, the bounce. I'm not looking at where it hit. Yeah, that's in. It's inside this side. That's the bounce is inside. If it hit there and went in, it's inside. It was not out. The first bounce is inside where it's supposed to be, on your side. 4, 7.
You're next on court 2.
Sasa game kama hii pia ni ngumu kuna. Glad. Handout 8, 4. Nine, 4. Out of court, 10, 4, game and match ball. Eleven, 4, game to Ludia.
Charity. Charity Ravi and Chelsea better your next on board. Charity, would you please come to the media table? Elias Nimji and Joan Nicholas. When Nicholas, please go to court 2. Elias Nimji and Joan Nicholas, your next on court 2. Nimji and Nicholas, court 2. Stephen and Sean Stephen and Sean
quarterfinal ekyaliko omuliro besi quarterfinal eya wansi eri ku balefayo ndaba yakalwedde ku batu kiwerera akola Victor kyosooka okebere kumanya quarterfinal nga tebanakuka
If you're not supposed to be able to squash one,
bagindeetereko wansi wano kakwetera endala kakwetera endala eno terina muliro kamwetera endala kakwetera endala
6-2. Let's go. 7-2. Down service. And out. 3-7. 4-7. 8-4. Out of court. 5-8. Nine serving, receiving 5. 9-5. Ten 5. Game point. And out. 6-10. 7-10. Game down.
Oyaya and Sean Joseph. Court 2 now. Oyaya and Sean. Nicholas.
Love ball. Second game. Game scores is 1-0 in favor of Chelsea. Love. One Rav. Two love. Game down, hold down, hold down. Hand out. Service 4. 1-3. Ball down. Make sure one of your foot is in the service box when you're serving. Don't step out. Don't step out both legs. And out. 2-5. Three, 5. And out. 6-3. Seven, 3. And out. 9-7. Game point 7. Game to Charity. Dakika nya. What one? Game scores 1-1. Level. Level. One love. 1 each. Two one. Take a left. 2-1. Take a left and hit the ball next time. Two all. Two each. Three two. Four two. Five to right hand side, please. Thank you. And out. 3-5. Three five. Stroke ball. 4-5. Four five. Ball please. Ball please. 6-4. Seven four. Eight four. 8-4. Nine four. Ten four. Game point. Game down. Second game to Charity. The second game. She's taking, yes, she has the second game. Second game to her. Okay. 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 Yes. 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 Goes to fourth game, goes to here that means Leon, that means she has 4 games. Hapa. If I say like that in Uganda, it means she has 4 games. The right Squash language. Okay.
So first game
Goes to
so games are 1-0.
game score
Game scores are 1-0.
1-0.
Second game
Goes to
to Charity.
the winner.
The first game Chelsea to so first game to Chelsea game scores are 1-0. Second game scores are 1. Third game
Maybe it's going to confuse you.
let's continue.
Okay. 17. That took longer. Fourth game, Naval. One love. Two love. Hard out. One, two. Two each. Hard out. 3-2. Four two. Out. Three, four. Five, three. Take a lit. 5-3. Out. 4-5. Is it that bad? 6-4. 7-4. 9-4. And out. 5-9. Six, 9. Hand out. Ball was good. Ten, 6. Everything. 7-10. Game down. Charity.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the ladies quarterfinal. Court 1, Rofat and Tabitha. Yes, main Rofat and Tabitha, get ready.
Attention please, attention please. Good afternoon or good evening, squashers. We have entered quarterfinal session of this tournament where we expect things to get much more hotter. We want the gallery to observe maximum silence during the rally. The players, they are going to have a marker. The time is on, and we ask Mr. Pia Leon to Mr. Kia Leon, it is advised that you sit next to the
You push it a little bit, you find the leg where she comes from, then you just keep. My name?
And welcome back to day 3 of the Uganda Squash Open in Tororo. Good afternoon and thanks for joining us. My name is Chops and we'll be taking you through the quarterfinals of the men's ladies. We've got the plate division taking place, juniors, and we're going all the way through until Saturday, 22nd of February. On the main court now we have Nigerian and a Kenyan taking on the battle for the quarterfinals for the ladies' main draw. And this draw is one of 8 ladies making it through to the semi-finals. And these are Tabitha Ruitururi playing against Nigerian Rofat Abdulaziz. They are on court 1 at the moment. Abdulaziz wearing the pink shorts and Tabitha in the black shorts. It's getting warmed up now. If you've just joined us, welcome. This is day 3 of the Uganda Squash Open in Tororo. The quarterfinal sees the battle for spot in the semis, and with this level of squash we've seen so far today promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The men will be following later this evening. And we've also got a top contender ready to step onto the courts. We've got the young Zimbabwean lady, we've got the Nigerian in top form, and they're all bringing their own style, their own strategy, their own intensity. And as the pressure mounts, we look towards the men's quarterfinals and the men's plate, which looks very exciting. There's 2 plates in the men's. We've got the first round knockouts and the qualifiers in the first event of the consolation plate. Then we have the event for the main draw, which is the round 2 players that are going into their own plate division, likes of Leon Kea, Eliazin Ninji, and a lot of top talents are going to be in that plate division, so stay with us. And just some announcements being made about those that are present and have made this event possible. And so far we see outside of the main event there's stages being built, trucks are arriving, the media's arriving, all for performance by a local talent that's going to be performing for the spectators and the players this weekend. The stage is being set up. And the stakes are getting high right now in Tororo. Not necessarily about the prize money, not necessarily about the rankings, but because it's a community of squash players that all know each other, it boils down to pride, progress, and really growth in their own game. Paul Kaduma from Uganda. Uganda's number 1, still vying, looking very focused. We've got number 1 and 2 from Kenya. James Dalidi at 2. Eliasin Ninji, the youngster, his older brother. The senior Nimji at number 1 for Kenya, Muqtadir Nimji. And this is where every point counts. The warm-up is done for the ladies. This is the quarterfinals for the main draw. And every point will count. Now with the favorites on the ground, there's so many big upsets that we can expect, especially in the quarterfinals. And so it begins, the ladies' quarterfinals, the main draw. One love already to the Nigerian in the pink shorts. And she's just a fantastic player. Some have been confusing her with the young Zimbabwean, who plays equally well, shows equally the level of strength that's needed to compete at the highest levels. Many asking if they're already PSA players. And of course the squash community in Nigeria are backing Rofat 100% to get through to the semis and of course the finals. And that's Rofat from Nigeria taking a strong lead. 7-love already in the first. Now before we dive into these quarterfinals, let's just take a moment to just appreciate the rise of women's squash in Africa. And over the past decade, we've just seen incredible growth in the sport across the continent. And more female players making their mark in the international stage coming from Africa. South Africans doing a splendid job in hosting tournaments and really pushing their ladies to the boundaries. Countries like Egypt dominating global stages and producing world champions and top-ranked players. But we'll see rising talents from the likes of Kenya, Nigeria and beyond. So it's great to have these athletes in Uganda this time and showing us really what the top talents are able to produce. And she's just swiftly chopping it down in the ladies' quarterfinal. Rofat Abdulaziz. And that's great to see so much work being put in from the ladies' squash in East Africa and across West Africa. We had Rwandan squash player Amori Emmanuel just having a conversation with us, saying that we still need a lot of work to be done in Rwanda, and if he's looking to get to competitions, it might mean that he needs to cross the borders, head over to Kenya, Tanzania, and other East African countries to really go look for those competitions and challenge and improve their game. So some countries are doing well. Some countries like Egypt, South Africa, yes, they're doing well. Some regions are doing well, East Africa, West Africa. But there are individual countries that are still struggling with their grassroots programs, their professional senior programs, and mostly divisions, leagues, competitions, tournaments. Some of these countries are lacking in that field. And of course today's matches are testament that progress is being made as we witness some of the best female players from the continent, including our Nigerian player, playing not only in Nigeria but across the continent, competitions wherever they can. And of course the winnings from these competitions go towards their training, their kit, and potentially getting to the bigger tournaments outside of our continent. The future of women's squash is bright, which is great to see, and the journey is only getting started, so we wish the ladies all the best of luck. Second game, 1-love up to the Nigerian. And finishing off with a great drive. And it's all systems go this time round. The PA system has been connected for everybody to clearly understand and hear the announcements by the referee and the marker. And this is as we get into the quarterfinals. And of course, when we get into the quarterfinals, every game will be reffed and marked by 2 professionals, and this one is being marked by a captain of Parkland Sports Club or Squash Club in Nairobi, Joseph Munyasia. And announcer now is the Vice President of Uganda Squash Federation or Association. And That's Mr. Isa. And now 8-2 in the second. There's certainly a skills gap between the two players. And our Nigerian in the rose pink shorts, clearly dominating this one. It's now 10 and game point for the Nigerian. And there we have it. That's 11 from the first game. That's 2 games to love so far. This one's going to be a breeze. And once we are finished with this match, we've got other quarterfinal matches still to come. One to look out for is Elizabeth Mula from Kenya. And she's going to be playing against another opponent who is going to give her a run for her money. Elizabeth is keeping an eye out on the Zimbabwean, of course, and the Nigerian. Julian is playing against Elizabeth just after this match. And then we've got another Kenyan, Jane Jerry, playing against Mbewe Kaluba. All on court 1 and 2, followed by Teresa Okoth, who's going to be performing or playing on court 1 or 2 shortly after. And today's all about the ladies getting onto the court, and we focus on these ladies as they've gone through the qualifiers, the first round of the main draw, and we've also seen them going into the plate event. And some of the ladies that you'll see very often on the scene for the competitions, for the tournaments, they are here, which is always great to see. And the last competition we had was in Nairobi, where we saw Jane Jerry taking on Elizabeth Mula. And Jane really giving up towards the end. She wasn't quite happy with some of the decisions being made by the referee. And that really affected her approach and commitment to really securing a win. Going down very easily to Liz Mula in that occasion. And it's 4-love in the third for Rofat Abdulaziz from Lagos, Nigeria. That's somebody who's ranked on the PSA already at 133. She's done very fast, very well, and risen up fast in her rankings. From 2012 when she started, she has competed in the All Africa Squash Championships in Namibia, top 8 female championships in Nigeria. Also found herself at number 1 in Nigeria. Now the Ugandan Open champion in 2023, she secured that. She's back again to look for another win. She says she likes to listen to music when she relaxes. And her favorite time to relax is when she's warming up, listening to music at the same time. You can find her on Instagram at Abdul_squash. She's very active there, pushing squash for Africa, developing youngsters, and of course inspiring the young ladies of Nigeria, Lagos, to come out and compete, play squash, and achieve great things just like she has. She loves reading and traveling. And of course, winning tournaments will be right up there with one of the things she loves to do. Now it's the third game. She looks like she's going to cruise past Tabitha. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's the second game. It's the second game. And now 8-2 in the second.
Game and match ball. Match to level 2, match to Rofat.
And that looks like it is match. An easy match for Rofat, who's the Nigerian number 1, against the young Kenyan Tabitha. Fantastic display of squash, and that's game 1 of the quarterfinals. Stay with us. More quarterfinal action for the ladies' main draws coming up.
What is yours? Yours was digital watch. Yeah, 46 and started at 5:33. So how many minutes? Let's just say 15.
True love. Three love. Four love. Five love. Six love. Six love. Seven love. One seven. Eight one. Let go. 8-1. Nine one. Two nine. point to Elizabeth.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is day 3 of the Uganda Squash Open in Tororo, Uganda. We are going through the quarterfinals for the ladies, and of course, thank you for joining me. My name's Chops, and I'll be guiding you through the next couple of days as we get into the quarterfinals for the men's and the ladies. Some thrilling matches are getting ready for action today. But before we dive into the action, let's take a moment to discuss who's on the main court. This is court 1, where we've got Kenya's number 1, Elizabeth Mula, taking on Julian Ainomogushi, and she's going to be playing best of 5 in this quarterfinal. As you can see, just outside grabbing some air, that's Julian. Elizabeth Mula looking to get into the semi-finals, and if she does get into semi-finals, she'll be facing off against that Nigerian Rofat Abdulaziz. Was having a few moments to herself, thinking about her game. She really wants to beat Elizabeth Mula. She knows that Elizabeth is quite the contender when it comes to finding the top position in the ladies' draw. And this bunch of ladies have spent a lot of time together. Just yesterday, they were all relaxing as one group in the pool after their games, and really showing some great sportsmanship, and of course looking to secure spots, play hard, and have a little fun. And that's the way they are approaching the Uganda Squash Tournament of 2025.
Gives her 1 love to Elizabeth. Second game, double.
It's good recovery from Julian. Just losing focus towards the end of that one. It's the early stages of the second game. Liz looking in great form. She's been playing a lot of squash, training with the senior men's in Nairobi. Spending a lot of the time at Parkland Sports Club, a member at Impala Sports Club, and comes from a long line of squashers from the Mula family. So this is a big day for Elizabeth, knowing she's going to be facing off against some of Africa's top athletes. And of course, the Kenyans are right there behind her, every step of the way, every point. And the competition within the ladies is intense amongst the African ladies.
For love from the right.
And Julian just giving up towards the end. Again, the early stages don't really say much about your fitness. It's after the second game where we'll see separating the girls from the ladies. And Liz just looking in complete command of this whole game. Just positioned at the tee, comfortably driving back Julian. And just as much as the men's quarterfinals are going to be intense, the ladies are going to be an absolute biter when it comes to the semi-finals. And still to come, we've got Jane Jetty, who played in a final against Liz just a couple of weeks ago. And another Zimbabwean, Polite Mubule, is one to look out for. She's been playing fantastic squash, great movement, and really shows strength and the work that she's put in. A physical player. She'll be a great game to watch as she takes on Teresa Okoth. I'm sure she'll proceed through to take on Jane Jetty in the semi-finals. Now Julian making a recovery, 2 points to 5. She serves. Some slight interference. She's asked for let. She's been given it by the referee, who's Joseph Munyasia. He has a daughter playing in this tournament.
6-2.
Young Chelsea at university, and at a very young age started university. Still playing squash just like her dad. Her dad played very well against Femi, a Nigerian squash player, currently ranked number 3 in this tournament. Number 2 being Muqtadir Nimji. Number 1 being Ahmed, the invited guest from Egypt.
4-6. Left side.
It's a great drive. Cross court from Julian, just beating Elizabeth, and Elizabeth really trying to stretch out and return that one. She's getting herself prepared. I know she's taking a little lighter than she usually would, so some of those returns she would let fly. A great return from Julian. Oh dear, you can see the frustration in her. Maybe a little too excited as it comes to returning. A little too enthusiastic.
And please, you don't have to be animated. Don't abuse the equipment. 7-5. Eight-5. 9-5.
And that proving just a little too much for Julian to reach over. Great lob by Elizabeth. And it's great to see all these players coming together. It's really having a great knock at the Uganda Squash Open. But it's all in connection with the debut of squash at the Los Angeles 2028 Games. And exciting news coming from the African squash community is that Uganda's women's team, they recently made history again by clinching bronze in the Africa Senior Championships in Windhoek, taking place in 2024. Uganda men's and the ladies made their way down to Namibia. And of course this remarkable achievement just highlights the dedication and hard work that the players are putting in, the coaching staff, and just really signals a bright future for squash in Uganda and the continent at large. And they are currently promoting their next big thing, which is the All Africa Championships from Namibia. Now Uganda will be hosting it in 2025 in Kampala. And it's all about promoting squash and not forgetting the grassroots level as well. The grassroots, the youngsters were here, some great youngsters from Uganda. And of course some weren't able to travel all the way to Tororo. However, having the All Africa Championships in Kampala this year, we'll see a lot of youngsters come over to watch, play a few games, support their seniors. And of course this initiative is just aimed at introducing the sports to these youngsters and letting them gain momentum and start picking up rackets and getting onto the courts. So many countries will be getting to Kampala for the All Africa Senior Championships. But while they're doing that, they're also looking at developing their own programs, launching their junior programs, and getting that succession going to build strong squash players and a bunch of talents that can really compete against the rest of East Africa and Africa as a whole. Getting into the third game now, it's 2-love to Liz Mula. Once she's done here, she'll have a little rest. That will be her final game for today. Tomorrow, semi-finals and beyond, finals on Saturday. And we'll be having some entertainers from the Ugandan community coming over to perform for the spectators and for the players. And of course, Uganda having a thriving entertainment industry. The industry is live and well, and one thing that stands out is the Ugandan music. That and bicycles.
1-2.
Great shot by Liz, cruising past Julian. And she's confident. She knows she's going to take this one, a 3-love win, to progress her to the next stage.
4-1.
And while we are on court 1, court 2 is busy with the men's quarterfinals. Today is dedicated to the ladies. As we get through to the quarterfinals, we'll be focusing on them on the semi-finals, and of course the finals in days to come. And Julian wearing the white bottoms, Liz with the blue. Julian's actually Uganda's #1 for the ladies. And her performance is going to be testament to the amount of work that's been put into ladies squash in Uganda. A great team behind her, organizing committees, Uganda Squash and Rackets Association committed to building that talent and keeping that succession going. Got the likes of Paul Kaduma, who's inspirational for the young boys playing squash. And of course at this tournament all the youngsters played against each other according to regulations from the Squash Federation of Africa, all wearing eyewear and appropriate attire. And although not too many youngsters this time round, we're expecting a lot more in tournaments to come. Here we are, match point for Liz Mula. First of the quarterfinals. She's looking to secure a win to take on the Nigerian. She loses that one, goes down. Now 5-10, it's game ball for Liz. And no doubt she feels very confident that she's going to walk away with this one, taking it nice and easy. She moves a lot faster, hits a lot harder, and plays a lot more strategic when she's playing those that are at her level or above. So we'd love to see what she's going to be doing when it comes to playing against Rofat from Nigeria.
Match point.
Now, as we mentioned earlier, there's a little surprise for the athletes and the spectators this weekend, with an entertainer coming to join us. It's all about music, food, and good vibes in Uganda. Now, there's one artist who, on Valentine's Day, a renowned songstress, she serenaded fans at a sold-out maiden concert. Her name, Nava Gray. And she delivered a soulful performance. And that's the end for Liz Mula, securing that 3 games to love against Uganda's #1, Julian. She's going to be happy with that win. Just a quick moment for some pictures. We're going to save these as memories as we build up to the Uganda All Africa Championships in November 2025. Very happy faces from both the ladies. Great squash indeed. And of course, it's all about community and building and growing together, which is what East Africa would like to do. And really, one day, see the best of East Africa against the best of West Africa, North Africa, and Southern Africa. Wouldn't that be something? Now with these ladies playing the quarterfinals will take place today. Semis closer to the weekend, and on the weekend we've got some entertainers delivering great entertainment, Ugandan style, right here in Tororo. And one of these that have recently performed is Nava Gray. They're still having a look at which artist is going to be performing, but particularly Nava, she had her maiden concert for 2025, and of course showcased her vocal prowess and also solidified her status as one of Uganda's premium musical talents. Will she join us this weekend? Well, I'm not sure, but one of them will be performing this weekend, if not two. And not only that, the film and cultural industries are really booming in Uganda. Tomorrow the players get to see a little bit of the town of Tororo, and they'll be going out to experience some of the tourist attractions, all as one group.
Can I get some power?
And now as we pivot back to court number 1, it's the quarterfinal matches, promising to deliver high octane action. Jane Jerry is on court now, and she's going to be facing an uphill battle in this one. These are top seeds for the ladies. These are formidable challenges for any of the opponents that are taking them on in the quarterfinal, and this stage is going to be intense. Expect some rallies, some strategic plays, and stay with us right here on Stream Zone as we give you this live coverage and analysis on what is going to be happening in the next couple of days. We're going to have some conversations with the players on the semi-finals and the finals. I hope you can join us for that. This is the Uganda Open in 2025. The game's about to begin. Warm-ups are getting ready, and this time it's Mbewe Kaluba against Jane Jerry.
Quarterfinals against Jane and Kaluba.
And that's Kaluba Mbwewe from Zambia, coached by Sharon Shimwembe and Fred Chisimba. And they're from Kana Squash Club in Kitwe. She's actually a student who's studying civil engineering. And as a civil engineering student, she's one that's able to put 2 and 2 together on how to beat Jane Jerry. Jane Jerry coming out of Nairobi, playing a lot of times at Impala Squash Club. You'll also find her at Parkland Squash Club, and a runner-up in the recent Nairobi Club Open. Now, best of 5, the ladies' quarterfinals. So it begins.
Out, 1 love.
That's very well played from Jane Jerry, starting off on a positive note. That's great work she's put in. And a great start for Jane. She's certainly not the favorite to win this one. The Zambian is set to win this one, but if she has anything to say about it, Jane will make that change. Now, as we gear up for today's quarterfinals, one of the most anticipated matches is this one right here, the rising star Jane Jeru, who takes on Zambia's seasoned player Kuuba. And of course, Jane just committed to her game and working tirelessly to improve. She spends a lot of time working with top Kenyan squash players, the likes of Bruce Juicer, Leon Kea and James Dalidi. Now she's ascended the squash rankings in Africa, knowing that she's agile, she's agile, she plays a strategic game, and she also secured a East African Squash Championship title where she was marking her rise as a formidable contender in this particular tournament. The civil engineering student is from Zambia. That's Kuuba. She's asking now for let. She's been given let by the referee. She's got over a decade of experience with her, bringing a wealth of knowledge and resilience to the court. And a recent victory in the Zambian National Squash Open just showcased her enduring skills and adaptability, I would imagine. So that just makes her one of those challenging opponents to conquer for Jane Jeru. Early stages, it's 3-4. Leading is Jane. It's the first game. And now 4-all in the first. And I think Jane's strength is just her speed around the court. She can cover considerable, there we go, considerable lengths of the court. But she does need to remain focused. We saw that at the recent Nairobi Open. She wasn't happy with one of the calls from the judges, and that really got under her skin. Her attitude dampened, her head and body language said it all, and that really gave her an uphill battle against Liz Mula. So we hope that doesn't happen again now. 6-4 in the first. Bear's experience again, very strategic mindset, and her ability to just read a game gets her to anticipate somebody like Jane's moves very easily.
And out, 5-6.
And it might boil down to a game of errors, where each player is looking to force the error from the other, and just as we've seen there, a handout for Kuuba. Oh, very well played by Jane.
6-7.
She shouts out. She's very happy about that. She wants to win this one. And if she does, I think the Kenyans are going to be very impressed with their progress. They've put in a lot of work before this Uganda Squash Open. And now it's all going to show in this chance for Jane to secure a win. Very well moved by Kuuba, unsuccessful, the Zambian. And she is fast. She is somebody with significant pace for somebody who plays so gracefully and patiently. And just those spurts of power, those lunges, you can see that she's got a lot more where that comes from. Now Jane looking to stretch over and grab that ball. No, unsuccessful.
9-8.
And she's fought her way back. It's now 9-8 in the first. We haven't seen much selection of shots from either players. They look like they're hacking away, trying to find their ground, trying to understand what the opponent is, what their gameplay is. So I think the first game is difficult to tell. We haven't seen much strategic strength lengths. There's a nice boast from Jane, driven back, which is trying to find some form, I guess. There's also a problem with this left-hand side corner once again, which the players won't be happy with. And now game ball for Kuuba.
Stroke ball.
And very lucky to get a stroke there. She did well to ask for it. Very well finished by Kuuba from Zambia. That's one game to love. The first opener of this quarterfinal. Jane has what it takes. And both spent the first game trying to read the opponent, what they might be into, what they might be aiming for. The crowd love it, really aiming for a great quarterfinal now. Jane Jerry from Kenya. There's James Dalidi going over to have a conversation, and that's the Kenyan supporters getting some water for Jane. She knows she can do this. James knows she can do this. They've been putting in the work in the last few months. Liz has. Uganda means quite a big deal for these ladies, and there comes Liz. Conversation is going to go about how she's going to secure a first win from Kuuba. The conversation's going to go around that she has what it takes. This is what you need to do. And there's not much that Dalidi or Liz can say to her that she hasn't already heard. Now this is going to be something that she's going to have to go out there and really do it herself. You can take the horse to water, but you can't make it drink, right? So this is one of those occasions. Also joining in that conversation is Uganda's #1, Paul Kaduma. And this is just a great sign that the East African community is really sticking together. They're all one team, conversating and looking to secure a win for East Africa. Jane acknowledges. And that's the support that you get from the team. And the crowd love it. Look at that. Jane Jerry, smile on her face. And it's experience against youthful speed from Jane, against the decades of experience from Kuuba Mbewe.
Second game, love ball.
And we haven't seen much of Jane's aggressive style. She's got quite an aggressive style to playing. She spent the first game really analyzing, but she's one that takes high-risk shots. You can see by those boasts. And that should surely be a stroke. That's first point for Jane. And a lot more confidence coming out of the corner of Kuuba. And while we're talking about confidence, that was a great shot by Jane. Again, requires a lot of confidence to do that. And for Kuuba, it's starting to look like a pattern of shot selection, where she's placing the ball at a certain place, letting Jane work for it, and then finishing off. Shot selection, there we go, drive to the back, and what will she do now? And very lucky that time round. Now, 3-2 to Kuuba. And again, very good decision from Kuuba.
4-2.
Here's that aggression from Jane. Looking to put the ball to the back. Here she is in the front now. Drive. Great movement from Jane. Great drop from Kuuba. She really wants a win for that. Now the implications here for Jane is that a victory for her would really solidify her status as a rising talent in African squash and potentially opening the doors for international competitions. For Mbewe, advancing to the semi-finals would really affirm her position as a top competitor and really inspire the next generation of Zambian players as she takes on somebody like Rofat or Liz Mula. These are all great players that she's really going to have to show her mettle in to be able to claim to be a top player on the African continent. Their strategic selection by Kuuba. And work to treat. You can see the pattern. Move Jane and finish off. She sent it to her front and had an opportunity to drive to the right hand side, which is something of a pattern. Let's see if she attempts it again. Straight to the front, loose ball, drive to the back. To the front, loose ball, drive to the back. Certainly a pattern for Kuuba. Except Jane has that boast, which is going to make all the difference in this match. She's been successful in quite a few of those, and they are difficult shots to play. The crowd loves it. And as she holds that hand up to her left, you can see those Kenyan colors. Clothing that has the colors of Kenya. To see the president of Kenya, William Ruto, also donning those colors on his wrists. But what it is that Kuuba is doing, and stay away from her weakness. And stay away from her weakness.
10-5,
Jane shaking her head, she can do better. I think there was a bit of an incident, a little interference. And I think she can shake it off. Drop to the front, loose ball. There is 2 games to love to Kuuba from Zambia. And Kuuba's joined by the youngster, junior, who's playing in the tournament as well. They're having a conversation now outside about what she can do to secure a win. A 3-love win here would mean big business for Kuuba. There's Enos Mu from Zambia. No conversations, pictures being taken. They're feeling very good at this stage. That's the youngster in blue on the left. He says he's come over to Kenya to play in this competition to get some more exposure. Enos Mu has been playing a lot of squash and has been progressing in the stages for the men's main draw. And of course, conversation now, she feels good, she's smiling. 2-love up. Could it be a 5-setter for the Kenyan? It may very well be so. I don't think Jane will be letting this easily slide by her. A win for Jane is going to really solidify her position. A win for Kuuba is really going to show that experience tells a long story when it comes to securing a win in the game of squash. And there she is. She's got a smile on her face, getting into the 3rd game, followed shortly by Jane after a conversation with Kenya's number 2, James Dalidi. In she goes. She knows what she needs to do. 2 games to love. And so it begins. A quick start by Kuuba. She wants to end this very quickly.
and out, 1 more. And out, 2-1.
What a great shot by Jane. It's the quarterfinal match. Kenya's Jane Jerry facing off against Zambia's Kuuba Mbewe.
3-2.
And this showcase is just an exceptional display of skill and determination from both players. And the spectators are loving it. They're on the edge of their seats. She's going to ask for let now from referee. Will he be awarding? He says no let. Well, the first game started off strong for Jane Jerry. She used her agility and chance to analyze her opponent. She didn't win that one. Her aggressive style only came into play in the second game. But in the second game, it's where Mbewe adjusted her strategy, just relying on her experience and control of the game's tempo. She capitalized on Jane's unforced errors and secured that win in the second game. Now the third game, the intensity continues. Both players looking to exchange powerful shots and just look for a win in this third. There's the strategy from Kuuba. Always sending it to the front. And then straight drive. Here we go. Straight drive again. It's like textbook. It's like textbook. Jane needs to understand what's happening to be able to counter that drop. And that's just a testament to Kuuba's decision to play strategic shots and really wear her down at the front, which she's been doing. Just that shot placement and decision making from Mbewe has been exceptional. She's really showcased her ability to move forward swiftly against such a great talent like Jane Jerry.
And out for 8.
And loose balls from Jane. She knows she's going to be punished for that.
And out 9-4.
And that's what you get. It's a handout now, 9-4 from that loose ball from Jane. Great recovery from Kuuba. And that surely is a stroke. Taking it to match point for Kuuba. She's got a smile on her face.
On the left.
She has a smile on her face. She's feeling good. Beating somebody like Jane Jerry is going to go down in her books as an achievement for her, taking on one of East Africa's finest. No lets granted by the referee, and that's it. 3 games to love to the Zambian. Kuuba Mbewe progresses to the quarterfinals. 3-love. And Jane's going to be disappointed about that. Team Kenya is going to have a lot of work to be done, and that's it. Jane Jerry against Kuuba. Against Kuuba Mbewe. And a fantastic display of squash. I'm sure Jane's going to be thinking it was a tough match. I could have clinched it, but she lost a little focus towards the second game. She did give it her all, but she's just couldn't finish a game or two to give more pressure to Kuuba Mbewe, who graciously walks away with the win. Smile on her face. Team Zambia is by her side. And here comes the Kenyans to have a few conversations with Jane Jerry. Up next, we've got the Zimbabwean. One to look out for. There she is. There she is. And she'll be taking on the Kenyan. That's Teresa Okoth, who's been playing fantastic squash. And this time round, a very tough uphill battle for Teresa as she takes on the Zimbabwean Polite, who was training earlier with Uganda's #1, Paul Kaduma, with Bruce Jusa, with Vivan Sagar, all top players, and she really could stand her ground. Some were saying that, wow, she should be playing professional squash outside of our borders. Well, we'll see her in action now against Teresa Okoth, and we'll let you enjoy this game. It's a quarterfinal and our last one for this evening before we head over to the men's main draw quarterfinals, where we'll see more action coming to you live from Tororo in Uganda. And in the men's draw tonight, we've got Ravi Dixit, who is taking on Ivan Waswa from Uganda. Ravi is the visiting coach from India, currently spending a few weeks in Kenya and coaching some juniors and top athletes. He's been invited over to Uganda to take part in this tournament and really show what a former PSA player is capable of. We also have Muqtadir Nimji taking on James Dalidi, two Kenyans going head to head in the quarterfinals tonight at around 8:15 East African time. The Zambian Enos Mu takes on the Nigerian Femi Shabera. And finally, we've got Paul Kaduma, who will take on the winner between Sean Joseph and the Egyptian Ahmed Al-Shibiti. And that's all taking place later on this evening. Let's get back to center stage, which is court 1, where we've got the Zambian Polite taking on the Kenyan Teresa Okoth, and we'll let you enjoy this game with no commentary. However, enjoy the match, and we'll be back for the men's quarterfinals.
So I should tell them also to toss? Should we tell them to toss?
No. We wait until the
warm up.
4 minutes.
Okay.
Because right now they have to finish at 6:42. So once it's at 6:42, then you say spin for serve.
Okay. Spin for serve.
Yeah, spin for serve. So they have to toss. Okay. You can say toss or spin for serve.
Okay.
And then after that you can introduce the players.
Okay.
You can now call spin for serve.
Spin for serve. Welcome to Uganda Open International Squash Tournament 2025. Polite to serve, love all. One love. Hand out, 1 all. Three, 1. Four, 1. Hand out, 2, 4. Hand out, 5, 2. Six, 2. 7-2. 8-2. 9-2. 11-2. 92nd. Second. Police leads by 1 games to love. Second game, love all. One love. Two love. Hand out, 1-2. Hand out, 3-1. Forward. 5-1. 6-1. 5-1. 7-1. Left, please. Eight, 1. Hand out, 2-8. Three, 8. Four, 8. Hand out, 9-4. Ten, 4, game ball. Seconds.
After this game, we're beginning the men's quarterfinal. Dixie and Ravi and Ivan Waswa, get ready. Dixie, Ravi and Ivan Waswa, get ready.
Your time was on? Thank you.
Seconds.
15 seconds. Polite leads by 2 games to love. 30 game, love all. Hand out, 1 love. Hand out, 1 all. Hand out, 2-1. Hand out, 2 all. Four, 2. Five, 2. Six, 2. Seven, 2. Eight, 2. Nine, 2. Ten, 2. Match ball. Game and match. Police wins by 3 games to love, 11-2, 11-4, 11-2.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the men's quarterfinals.
Bangambiro musatu mugambo omwana oli ayisaamu akawera ayise mmangu si oyo ava wano kati oyaya come and mark the ref is here. If there is an appeal, the communication. Hey, Manu. Yes. Done. Good. Well done. What service? Area.
So, how's your day coming along? Good, good. Yeah, and you?
Mine is awesome.
Yeah, I can see.
You should get stronger, man.
Yeah. Thank you for the medicine. Yeah. Did I leave in my room? Like this. Hey, Court service almost done. Players just get ready. I think we are looking forward to best squash this evening, as all the players will be displaying their best skills in their best approach. So fun, just stay touch, can grab some popcorn, enjoy the matches this evening. Courts are ready. Players get in for your warm-up. Sides. Ready to toss? It should be 4 minutes warm up, yeah?
Yeah, but for me it's up to 7:14.
Oh, so some 2 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
If the other one went in before the
when you are in, yeah? Time. Toss, please. So, Uganda Open International Squash Tournament, men's quarterfinal, first match between Ravi of India versus Ivan Waswa of Uganda. So Dixit had won the toss. It's the best of 5 games. Dixit to serve Lavo. One love. Hand out 1-all. Yes, let 1-all.
3-1. Handout 2-3. Three on. Stroke, handout 4-3. No let, handout 4. Handout 5-4. Six, 4. Seven, 4. Handout 5-7. Handout 8-5. Down. 9-5. Game ball. Stroke. And out. 6-10. 11-6. Game to Ravi.
Remind the people to put their phones on silent.
Kindly, the audience, just put your phone silent mode to avoid any distraction during the match, please. Thank you.
Ungeleta kitambo.
Oh, 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Players on court.
He's still being coached outside. Just call time.
Time, please. Time. Kindly break is 90 seconds. That's it.
Just advise that you on time.
Yeah. Kindly, Ivan, next break, just be on board in time. Serve that, please. Okay, second game. Ravi leading 1 game to love. Ravi to serve. Love ball. Hand out. 1 love. Hand out, 1 on. Hand out, 2-1. Hand out, 2-all. Stroke, handout. 3-2. Oh, Sahandi. Four two. 5-2. 6-2. 7-2. Ivan, you could have played the ball, please. 7-2. Handout 3-7. 4-7. Down 5-7. Stroke ball, handout 8-5. 9-5. 6-9. Handout 10-6, game ball. Hand out 7-10 game ball. About 11-7 game to Ravi. Yes, I've just put a timer. 90 seconds break, please. Yeah, it's a very good game. No interference. No, yeah, it's a fair game. Love that. Yeah. No. Yeah. They make it so easy for us. No controversial calls. Yeah, that's the ending. He's feeling like overwhelmed.
Kaduma and Ahmed, get ready. Kaduma and Ahmed, get ready. You're next.
15 seconds. Time. Players on court, please. Time. Ivan, please observe time. Break is over. So in this case, a player doesn't want to get back in the court in time. It's way like, yeah. Oh. So I announce the conduct only.
No, when it comes.
Time. Play on court. Ivan had given a warning initially, didn't fit it so kindly. I'm giving a conduct warning for not giving time. He's coming in late. Okay, this is the third game. Ravi leading 2 games to love. Ravi to serve. Love all. One love. Stroke. 2 love. Stroke. 3 love. 4 love.
The ball is okay. It's fine.
Handout 1-5. Handout 6-1. Seven one. Handout 2-7. 3-7. Handout 8-3. Let please. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Nine, 3. Ten, 3, match point. Game 11-3 and match to Ravi.
And welcome back. Here we have it.
11-6, 11-7, 11-3.
And that's the first quarter-final match in Tororo, Uganda Open 2025. He's one to look out for. His name's Ravi Dixit from India. And visiting just for 3 weeks, working alongside some coaches in Kenya for some youngsters. It's great to see him willing to take part in a competition like this, the Uganda Squash Open. There's some matches coming up for the men's. Stick around. That was our first of our quarterfinals. And still to come, we've got Muqtadir Nimji. We've got the likes of Kaduma all getting ready to battle it out today. It's day 3. And we had the ladies quarterfinals earlier. We had the Rofat Abdulaziz from Nigeria beating Tabitha. We had Julian against Elizabeth Mula. Julian is Uganda's #1 in the ladies. For the men's division, we had Elizabeth Mula successfully beating Julian. We had Jane Jetty going down to Zambia's Kaluba Mbewe. And finally, the Zimbabwean Polite beating successfully 3 games to love for her quarterfinal and moving through to the semi-finals. So the semi-finals for the ladies will be Rofat against Liz Mulwa. We got Kaluba Mbewe from Zambia taking on Zimbabwe's Polite. All of that action coming your way in day 4. And now getting ready on centre court, we've got the Egyptian Ahmed. And this will be a clash of titans as Ahmed gets ready to take on Uganda's top-seeded Paul Kaduma. And there we have it on the court now. We've got Uganda's #1. It's a big match for him to get through to the semi-finals. A very disappointing day for him if he does get out in the quarterfinals. Of course, the implications of that is that we might have an international affair in the finals for the Uganda Squash Open of 2025. Ahmed coming out of Egypt. Fantastic player, offered to take some of the juniors along with him to coach them at his club in Egypt. And of course Paul spent most of the day on the court going through his lines, going through his plans with his Kenyan friends, the likes of Bruce Jusa, James Zalidi. Ivan Washwa was also part of that team. And Paul really has the finest of drop shots, working the front court very well. You'll see a lot of that today. He plays with patience, and a lot of times you'll find him unemotional during the matches, and for sure you'll find him elating and full of character by the time he does win. So that's just the way he approaches his matches. Now, nobody knows too much about Ahmed at the moment. They just know that he's a great player. Of course, comes from a great background of squashing and some superb natural technique. He played against the youngster Vivan Sagar, who gave him a run for his money. Got a few points, getting up to about 8 points to 11. Some really tight match or games. Tiebreakers at about 12-11. And as Vivan played against him, most recently, the last point gave such a roar from the crowd and the spectators as Vivan hit the tin, and they absolutely loved it. One thing's for sure, any youngsters that are performing in this tournament, they're really supported by the audience and the crowd. Spectators love to see an underdog, especially one who's just 14 years old and doing so well against seniors with all this experience. Of course, Paul Kaduma having support on home ground. The Ugandans really want to see Paul go through. and he's been participating in East African competitions for the past 2 or 3 years, really making an effort to get to Zanzibar, Tanzania, Uganda, across Uganda. His home in Kampala Club, and is a regular at Nairobi's tournaments. Was recently the winner of the Nairobi Club tournament over in Nairobi just a few weeks ago. And further than that, he's been at the Commonwealth Games in 2022. He's represented Uganda in the men's singles squash event, and he faced Jason Ray Khalil from Guyana in a round of 64 and was defeated 2-3, which then prevented him from advancing further in the tournament. He was also paired with Michael Kawoya, who we haven't seen in this edition of the Uganda Open, another stalwart in the Uganda squash scene. They joined as a pair in the men's doubles. The duo competed against Canadian pair Nick Savji and Sean Deleri, but lost to love, and that resulted in their elimination from the competition. But here we go. The pair have got together, warm up, the sides have been swapped, and we're getting ready for a showdown of showdowns as we get into the quarterfinals. Now, at this stage, I want to thank the National Council of Sports of Uganda for putting us all together. It's very rare to see the state supporting a sport like squash. And of course, squash has been marginalized in many countries, particularly in Africa. And to see Uganda really making an effort to say, we've got some fantastic squash talent that could grow if we give them the right level of support. And that's exactly what they've done. Given the right level of support, given the right level of exposure, they sent them through to Namibia for the Namibian Open. The whole team, ladies came third, the men did well. And a great example of Paul's celebration after a win is what you can see in the highlights of the Namibian Open after a successful win, being really down-toned through most of the match until he won. You could see the excitement in his eyes and celebrating that win. But a very fair effort being made by the government of Uganda to get these players across the African continent to really get exposed and push them to the limit and really get that talent and knowledge of the sport that they need to progress to the next level of professional squash. So once again, a big thank you to the National Council of Sports of Uganda bringing us the Uganda Open International Squash Tournament at the Rock Classic Hotel in Tororo. They are spinning, and Paul has the honors. Now, Ahmed is ranked at #1 in this tournament and came as quite a surprise to many. Paul being ranked right down at about 7. A fantastic player, very athletic, and of course a physical player again. He's able to move around the court, place his shots very carefully. He loves being at the front, and of course somebody who would fight right to the end against any opponent. And Paul Kaduma has won the toss. He's kicking off the proceedings. Not quite the start that he's looking for. And this match officiated by Stephen Oyaya of Kenya as the marker. And referee is Lakim Lilo, the Squash Federation of Africa's president himself, in this very important quarterfinal. A very shaky start for Paul. He's usually calm and composed. The first point isn't quite what he wanted, So I'm sure he's looking to get on his feet and stabilize and find those lines, get to his basics. Anyways, that front ball, he loves that front ball. You'll see a lot more of those shots coming from Paul, especially that one. That's classic Paul Kaduma. And you'll see a fight from every angle from Paul. This is a player who he is not familiar with, but his plan remains the same. Fight till the end and keep it deep and attack short. And surely that's no let. Or at least a let. No let, yes, no let. He had plenty of time to play that ball. Unless Paul was directly restricting his swing, which the ball was really past him. There's no chance of asking for let. There's no review here. I'm afraid Ahmed is asking for a review. He's asking why there was no let. And that explanation is being given by the referee and the umpire, or the referee and the marker. Stephen Oyaya and Lucky Lilo, the Squash Federation's president. And it's that front ball that Paul is very good at. And just hits the tin. He's very good at placing that ball just ever so lightly in front of the tin. That's very signature Paul. And he knows what he needs to do. On that occasion, he was unsuccessful.
Down ball, stop. Hand out. 4-2.
And now 4-2 for Paul. The crowd loves it. He's certainly the crowd favorite here. Now Paul just needs to find his feet and just calm down ever so slightly. I've never seen him play as rattled as it does feel now. Surely that's a stroke.
Yes, let.
He's been given a let by the umpire.
Right side.
He needs to find his feet. Usually playing against other players of similar skills, he's really calm. But it feels like Ahmed is really picking up the pace for him and giving him that pressure. And perhaps that's the difference with a player that is well-trained, well-versed, playing against somebody who's hardly as exposed as Ahmed is. Nevertheless, he will find his feet once he realizes that actually he can do this. He can beat an Egyptian player. And his confidence starts to beam. That was a great shot by Ahmed. Just getting that neck on the left-hand side. Making him work for it. It was a great boast by Paul. Again, he loves it at the front. And a great return by Ahmed. Here we go, attacking for Ahmed. Fetched by Paul. And a great shot straight to the back corner by Ahmed. And just very difficult for Paul to retrieve. And great work by both players. And being the first game, we have to see who's going to be breathing a little heavier than usual after the first sort of 9 points. It will really show the intensity of this match and how much work needs to go in to stay active and relevant. And that's a great post by Paul.
Hand out. 5-4.
And if you watch carefully how Paul approaches his serves, they're always soft lobs. As though he's not concerned about the return, he's more concerned about the placement of the ball. Although as soft as they are, he's not really giving his opponent much pressure in the serve, but really it's about the placement of the ball. It's making it really difficult for his opponent to return. There we go, he's asking for let, and he's looking straight at the referees.
Yes,
he's been given let. He has been given let, and the referee's decision is final.
He's trying to get the ball.
He does have the right to have direct access to the ball, and Paul should grant him that access by moving out the way. And the referee feels that there's sufficient interference to grant that let. And there's that drop shot from Paul again, and there's another one. He's been working on it, not only in this tournament, but you'll find that's classic Paul. Perfect drops just above the tin, and I think that's one of his strengths. And that's a great drive. Too much for Ahmed to pick up, and just enough to secure a point for Paul, and he's slowly chipping away. It's now 6-4 in the first. And there's that soft serve again from Paul. And now he's finding his feet a lot more composed, a lot more at ease. A great change of direction by Ahmed. Very high drop, enough for Paul to attack with. And there we go, playing the front again. There's that classic Paul Kaduma working those front balls, those soft drops. Very great deception from the Egyptian Ahmed.
And out 4-2.
And now handout 4-2, early stages of the game. Second game, Ahmed to serve, leading. And both players just really looking to find their ground and understand their opponent and finding those weaknesses. And so far, we can see that Paul is very comfortable feeding that ball to the front. Ahmed very patient and waiting for those errors.
5-2.
And in this game alone, it looks like the error count is being led by Paul himself. And that's going to make a big difference towards the end of the game. And one of Paul's strengths is the front court, but he's also got an advantage of really being able to bring that ball to the back. But in terms of the comfortability gauge, it looks like Ahmed is slightly more comfortable than Paul at this stage of the game. We're in the midway point, and there's that chink in the back wall.
6-2.
That back wall has aluminium that's jutting out. And the point has been awarded to Ahmed. It's 6-2. And I think both players, or most players, have taken the fact that there's aluminium sticking out of the left side. They've all taken that on the chin and accepted that it's part of the game. So once it gets towards that side, it's all about reactions and expect the unexpected. Now on that left-hand side, there's also a panel of floorboard that's slightly uneven, so that ball just dies off on the left-hand side. And there we see it again, that ball jotting out after hitting that floorboard. And oh dear. Very well recovered by Ahmed, and very well played by Paul. Superb decision by Paul Kaduma. Superb decision by Paul. And anything to the front delivered by Paul, you need to put in the work, and that's exactly what Paul knows. And very flexible, great dexterity from Paul with his racket movements. And now he's digging deep in the second game to really push up those points and get closer to that 6 that Ahmed has. And although he hasn't really found his feet, Ahmed is moving with more confidence than with Paul. I mean, Paul has been trying to counter Ahmed's drives and countering them with boasts, short boasts or well-placed volleys. But there's no doubt in this second game, it really looks like Ahmed has taken more of the control, although Paul is chipping away at those points. Ahmed's really picking up the pace and firing some of those devastating shots, driving them down the line. Even some cross courts that make Paul really have to work towards, getting the best angle off that back wall. And that back wall on the left-hand side with the aluminium that's jotting out and the floorboard, that's an issue. That might really affect both of their decisions to work the back end, the back corner of the court. But nonetheless, Paul is fighting bravely. He's at 4-6, just 2 points away. It's a small points difference in the second. And we know physically he can accept the challenge. And if the Egyptian clinches this win, it takes us to 1-1. And then we have a battle on our hands. Should Paul win this one, it takes it to 2-love. And therefore, his confidence is going to be through the roof. He's scored 2 games off the rank number 1, and that is a drop of the tournament. Paul's face says it all. Look at that. Fantastic movement and placement by Paul to the front left neck. Something has to be done with the likes of Paul Kaduma, getting him exposed to really tough competitions around the world. He has what it takes to compete amongst the best in Africa. And it's that exposure that really Uganda needs to give these players the absolute best. And there's that placement that he loves, and it's just too much for Ahmed. And now 6-all, this is where he wants to be. In the second game, he absolutely needs to be at this point. And a great rally from both players. That one falling just short. Ahmed looking to force Paul off the tee mark.
The ball is down.
And Ahmed is asking for more court service. And he's just asking for a towel. He's saying there's too much sweating. There's a communication issue that's taking place here. He says Kaduma is dripping a lot on court. If he can have a towel to wipe himself down, or it's court service that we need. And I think it's a fair request. It becomes dangerous once there's too many sweat patches on the courts. And the referee says that's not going to happen. He says it's too much time wasting. Let's get on with it. Let's get on with it in the second game.
7-6.
Now that just shows the intensity of what's happening on court 1 at the moment. And Ahmed's experience and technique all together, put together, looking for a chance to break down Paul. And Paul's precision is the answer to responding to Ahmed's attacks. And very well placed by Ahmed. He loves that. It could have gone either way at the front of that court. And a good decision to place it right in the front. Just short of the tin by Paul. He's really trying to work that front court, placing those shots just ever so neatly. I'll show you what you try to achieve there. There's that drop ball. It's not tight enough. He's been given no let. He's been given no let. And another great drive by Paul. And now 9-8. They were in the top end of the second game. And like we said, just physically, Paul has put in the work. He is in top shape at the moment. Anyone who takes him on is really going to have to be ready for an uphill battle when it comes to physicality. And that just was too far for him. Again, that aluminium jutting out on the side of the wall towards the left-hand side. Just most unfortunate. I hope it doesn't come down to the final points of a 5-setter and having that piece of aluminium being the decider. And that's Paul doing all the work to get around the court. Another short ball by Paul, taking it to 10. It's now a game ball in the second, and this is the decider. If Paul can win the second game, it's going to be a boost in confidence. And if Ahmed wins this, taking it to 1-1, he knows he's back in the game. It took him first game really to get himself settled. And I don't think we've seen the best of Ahmed quite yet. I think it's getting himself stable. I mean, all those balls to the front have been very loose. And that's Paul digging deep to fetch that one. He's still in the running. And now a cross court and a drive by Paul. Finding his focus. And that's a great lunge by Paul. Paul slightly keeping in. Jotting out again with that aluminium. And that's a great drop by Paul. A great post by Paul. Look at that emotion. Look at that emotion. You never see that coming out of Paul Kaduma ever. He knows that's a great shot. He knows that's what is needed to beat Ahmed, and that's exactly what he's delivered. Ahmed requesting some court service, and I think this time around he'll get it from the referees. Match officials are asking for court service.
Kindly, let's do away with this game, then we'll take the necessary. No late, please. No late. 11-10, game ball.
And the intensity from both players is just fantastic here on the second game. And the Ugandan showing absolute grit, proving he belongs on the stage. And he's certainly one to keep an eye on the African scene. And that's it. That's it from Ahmed. He loves it. He loves it. He knows that that's what needs to be done. A very tight front wall drop. A straight drop that really makes all the difference. And Paul sort of walking around. Heavy breathing from Paul. And as fit as he is, there's no hiding it in the second game. Towards the top end. It's now 11-all. Classic Paul taking it to the front. Now he has to work. And just gone the wrong direction. Too good for Paul. And now it's game ball for the Egyptian. It's the first game ball he's had in this match. The quarterfinals that he absolutely needs to win. And the same applies to the Ugandan. Both must-win match for both of them. That's it. Paul's got a smile on his face, and you never see that coming out of Paul. He says that's good enough. He says he can work this crowd, he can beat this Egyptian, and now takes it to a 12-all in the second. And very uncharacteristic of Paul. Hardly ever do you see any emotion coming out of him, and so far we've seen 3 instances.
Okay, it's been requested from us just for the message of the players. The cleaner, please, just come with the car past the roof court.
I think the guy is getting tired.
Kaduma, show the spots that are already being to be worked on.
And so far, a great display from both players. And as we sorting out the courts with court service. There's just a lot of sweat coming out of Paul, according to Ahmed. But stay with us. We've got a full lineup of quarterfinals still to come. Now a powerhouse from Egypt is visiting Uganda, and Ugandans are saying, do you know what? I think we can stop this man. He hails from Egypt and carrying the hopes of Egyptian squash community. And he's hoping to continue the country's squash dominance even in East Africa. And if anything can be said by that or of that by the spectators here tonight, the Ugandans feel that they can do this. Can Paul Kaduma shock the squash world tonight by eliminating the Egyptian in a quarterfinal match? Well, court service is almost done. We're getting back to a 12-12, and just before court service entered the court, Paul was saying, do you know what, watch the time, it's time wasting, let's get on with it. And the referee has decided, actually, for this time round, we will accept a few minutes, and that's going to allow both players to really recover. So we'll see a different game being played by both of them as they head back into 12-12 in the second. Now both players will be looking to play some defensive squash, and there's that drop by Ahmed. Recovered well by both players, and a drop by Paul, which is just magic. Look at Paul Kaduma. It's just magic how he's able to softly place that ball exactly where it needs to be. And this is the game ball. This is the response that Paul's been waiting for all game. If he wins this, two games up, absolutely dominating the first half of this five-setter. Looking to place it exactly where it needs to be. Driving it back now, Paul. And of course, they've both had a little bit of a breath. And that's all they need to sort of get back to their senses. And Paul finishing very well. Oh, that must be down. It's down. Beg your pardon. That brings it to 13 all. Now hand out to Ahmed. And we've all been there. We've all been there. At the most crucial moment, we tin it. But at this level, there's nothing to say that he won't come back, and that's Paul Kaduma. Again, happy to take the second game. Happy to take the second game with what is classically Paul Kaduma. Uganda are out of their seats. They're loving it. Now, just next to Paul is Ivan Waswa having a quick conversation about how he needs to adjust to take a win from the Egyptian. They're going outside some fresh air. It's a cool evening in Tororo in Uganda. A beautiful day today, followed by sunshine and a great sunset in Tororo. And you can hear them. The spectators are absolutely loving it as we go outside and see from court 2, Ahmed sitting outside getting that brisk air, changing his shirt and then getting back into it. It's 2-love down for Ahmed. Can he make his way back? Now, if you've played lots of squash before, you know it's not over until it's over. 2-0 down. Ahmed having a conversation with Ravi, the Indian player. Ravi successfully had his first win against Ivan Waswa, doing well so far. Getting into the semi-finals. The semi-finals will see him meet Muqtadir Nimji, Kenya's #1 and a force to be reckoned with. And no doubt somebody who's going to rattle the feathers of this semi-final. Stay tuned for that. Now, from the perspective of the Ugandans, we know for sure that Paul Kaduma is on the home straight. And he needs to secure one win. He's having a conversation now with Ivan Waswa. And Ivan and Paul have been doing the rounds, getting to the tournaments across East Africa within Uganda. And that's what we need to see, a pair that's working together, improve their game, get that strength up. And enough for them to challenge the likes of the Egyptians, the Kenyans, and really being as a team, knowing that they'll win or lose, but they'll give it their absolute best in each fight. Now, in the second game, we saw a ferocious start by Ahmed. He had most of the dominance, most of the control, until the end, where it started to become a little shaky. He had a little bit of a break for court service to come on and attend the courts. but his pace at the beginning of the second game, his attacking approach to his shots was second to none. He was playing a lot of loose drops at the beginning, and that's not really what you want to be doing with somebody like Paul Kaduma. He was taking the advantage of keeping the balls up and keeping the game going. His stunning cross courts didn't rattle Paul Kaduma as he wanted to. We saw so many smiles coming out of Uganda's number one, and nothing that you would see in previous games. This has been one that he really has wanted to win, and if he does successfully beat the Egyptian, well, Paul Kaduma is going to have a spring in his step going into that semi-final. Too much risk from Paul in his other drop shots. He's been dropping points. Again, he's been very sharp at the front. Of course, dropped about 3 or 4 points from his cross court, I beg your pardon, from his both drops. And here we go. Both players know that they've been sweating it out. It's time now for a change of shirt. Paul wearing the white, the Egyptian in the all black, and Paul being given a towel to keep himself dried up as we get into the third game. And Paul placing that right in the front. Not so many balls get to that area. However, there is very close balls to the tin that we've seen in the first and the second game.
It's unacceptable that you don't leave
And Paul's being asked to change his shirt. I think the shirt that he's wearing is quite large. I'm not sure why they're asking him to change his shirt into one that fits. Either way, they've asked him to get changed. He's gone around the corner now wearing a snug fit shirt. Not sure if that's against the rules to wear a shirt that's oversized. But he is being told to move that towel. I thought that was an obstruction of sorts. They play such close drops, and it could become an issue towards some part of the game. There we go, tossing it over to the spectators. Now, game 3, 2 games to love. Paul leads.
Okay, the third game, Kaduma leading against to love. Kaduma to serve, love.
And the match officials from Kenya, Stephen Oyaya, and Zimbabwean Squash Federation of Africa's president, Lucky Mlilo. And there we go. 1-1 now to Paul in the third. Leading 2 games to love so far. And Paul put in a great effort in the first 2 games. If you're going to go into a match against somebody like Paul, expect absolute focus. And a let being requested. And no let given by the referee. And the referee being the experienced Lucky Mlilo, joined by Kenya's Stephen Oyaya. Great performance by the Egyptian, just keeping those balls a lot tighter than he has been in the first 2 games. And that's really going to be the major difference for him to clinch a win in the third. And Paul moves too well to be offered a ball on a silver platter with the loose drops by Ahmed that he's been giving before. And Ahmed really has to keep those absolutely tight. Paul can get to them. And of course, Paul's front game, he lost about 3 or 4 points in the last second game. And there's that shoulder again from Ahmed. He's been nursing that injury for quite some time now. We saw it in the first game. He's still rubbing his shoulder. Something is bothering that right shoulder of his. And of course, he's a right-handed player. And anyone who's been playing squash with a bit of an injury in his shoulder will know that can affect your swing and your approach to the ball. Now back into game 3 we go. It's 3-3 at duel. He's asked for let again. He's asked it quite a few times, and this time I think he might get a stroke. The referee is saying play the ball and no let. And I think the referee is saying play let. And Paul signaling that he needs to go round. There's a different channel that he can take. But Ahmed has the right to directly access the ball. Paul needs to make way for Ahmed to play the ball. And that's a no let given. It's now hand out, 4-3. And he's going to ask. He must ask. And I think it's fair to give a stroke. Yep, absolutely. Ahmed's not going to be very happy about that. It's going to frustrate him, and if he lets it get the better of him, it's really going to turn tables in this third game. He's now walked to the front and be like, well, actually, the decisions that he's been given, he's not happy with any of them. From the no-lets to the strokes on the front left, he's really frustrated now, and I hope it doesn't get the best of him. Taking it to the front. Paul really stable in recovering those balls. And that's Paul's game. The front is his game, and recovery is his thing. And that's exactly what Paul does. He places that ball ever so gently in the front. And if you're not fast enough or you're not in the right position, you're not going to succeed against the likes of Paul Kaduma. And now, 7-3. Great lengths from both players. That one being loose by Ahmed, and just deflected by Paul. And that's a great response to a loose drive from Ahmed. And now he's on the home straight from 2-love up in the third. Now 8-3 for Paul Kaduma. And they've been told to remove the towels. And the referees aren't taking any chances here. Not taking any chances. I think both players are very skilled when it comes to their front court work. They don't want any opportunity to cause an upset. That's Paul's bread and butter. That's Paul's bread and butter. The front ball
9-3.
You cannot take any chances when it comes to Paul and lose high balls like that.
And out for 9.
And that's a poor decision by Ahmed. He decided to go for it. He looked like he was going to call.
Handout.
And now handout. It's a match ball for Paul Kaduma. Watch his face, watch his reactions after the win. He's going to be very happy with his performance, and the crowd are going to absolutely love it. Oh, and that's the same shot that Ahmed has been asking for all this time. And Ahmed unsuccessfully got what he asked for previously. He got a no-let, he got a stroke against him. And a very difficult decision for the officials. Paul Kaduma now. It's a match ball. No, he's asking for a serve. No, no,
Notice,
no.
You just given a let. 10-4. Kaduma served at the right side. Match ball. No. You did serve. Kaduma served.
I think he believes that it was his serve. It's okay. There's fatigue in the mix. Could happen to the best of us. But unfortunately, it is Paul's serve and it's a match ball. It's 5-10 now. Ahmed is not very pleased with this outcome.
Yes, 5, 10, match ball on the right side. Down ball. 6-10.
And that's the end for Paul Kaduma. Watch that celebration. He cannot believe it. 3-love to the Egyptian. Fantastic display. Egyptian not being too pleased about that. Walking straight off. That's a great finish from Paul Kaduma. And as always, the crowd absolutely love it. Look at Paul. Look at him go. Absolutely great performance from the Ugandan. And from his very first serve, he showed the intent of really wanting to dig deep and take a win from this Egyptian. The first game wasn't his. He really was a bit shaken. I mean, all the control had to come in the second game. But 3 games to love. The Egyptian not too pleased with some of the decisions by the officials. Nonetheless, that is squash. Although he started aggressively trying to push Kaduma to the back, but the Ugandan's movement was just way too sharp, cutting off those volleys and forcing the errors. 3 games to love. Kaduma came into the second game with his confidence and just immediately attacking the Egyptians side of his strokes, whether it's backhand or forehand, and just pushing him into uncomfortable positions at the front. The Egyptian really struggled to find his rhythm in the second towards the end, when Kaduma's confidence was absolutely peaking. With his mix of pace and accuracy, it was just too much for the Egyptian. That was our quarterfinals. We're into our next match, and one to look out for is Enos Mu from Zambia, who joined Zambia's #1, who successfully took home a win. Kuuba Mbewe, who has come along with a junior from Zambia as well. Now Enos takes on the Nigerian Femi, and we'll let you enjoy this quarterfinal without commentary. This time, best of 5 Zambia against Nigeria.
This is Uganda Open Squash Tournament 2025. Then quarterfinals between Enos Mu and Teresa. Then next round of toss. Best of 5. Level play. Stroke 8-6. Players are ready to clear. Thank you. Second game. 23 by 1 game to nil. Ready to serve. Lavo there. 5 seconds. Third game, Penny is leading by 2 games to 0. Penny to serve, Lavo, play. 1. From the right. 10, get ball and match point.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next quarterfinal. Mou and Ravi.
And welcome back. This is the Uganda Squash Open of 2025. It's the quarterfinal of the men's. And we just finished Enos Mu, who was defeated by the Nigerian Femi. Great match to see. Strong performance by Femi. And not quite the performance I was expecting from Enos Mu. Most of the ball was really coming back to the middle of the court for Femi. Not sure what you thought about that. Nonetheless, a great win for Femi, getting into the semi-finals. And now, it's the clash of the Kenyans. James Dalidi, Kenya's number 2 against Muqtadir Nimji, Kenya's number 1. That's right, we're at Tororo's Courts in Uganda. Hello to you and welcome, wherever you're listening in from, and welcome to the men's quarterfinals at the Uganda Squash Open. Today, it's now an all-Kenyan showdown between James Dalidi and Muqtadir Nimji, two fierce competitors known for both the attacking plays and endurance. Muqtadir spent some time over in the European sides of squash. Of course, James has been spending his time in East Africa, mostly Tanzania, Zanzibar, coaching and playing competitions. He was at the Nairobi Open recently, picking up an injury against Paul Kaduma of Uganda. But now, the battle of the Kenyans is finally set and here. Now, these two have been avoiding each other for quite some time now, probably around the likes of about 2 years in competition. Now, in the last year, we had James playing against Muqtadir. Muqtadir successfully winning that one. But James has been playing phenomenal squash compared to what he's been doing in the last 2 years. James's game has really upped its tempo. Now, the warm-up is currently taking place. Muqtadir Nimji looking to get over to India very soon, taking the likes of Vivan Sagar over there, making a stop over in Egypt to get some coaching with our Egyptian invited guest, Ahmed, who went down against Paul Kaduma 3 games to love. And now the quarterfinals will begin with Nimji looking to secure a win and secure his position as Kenya's number 1. A great upset will be if James Dalidi, the number 2, walks away with the win. Now there's 2 camps here from both sides. We're looking at conversations being exchanged with Dalidi's teammates or Dalidi's close to training camp. We've got Muqtadir Nimji's training camp, all exchanging words before the game. Muqtadir, most of the time, being on his own, really getting himself focused and mentally prepared. He doesn't really have a large entourage of supporters, mostly quietly in the corner, preparing himself. And of course, 2 different styles of play. An aggressive driving game by Dalidi and Muqtadir Nimji, a very good fetcher. Gets his way around the court, moves very well across the court, and of course, exceptional pace for somebody who's has such height and stature like Muqtadir. Now they're just going to get ready to get started. Now, as we mentioned, it's 2 powerhouses of Kenyan squash. And of course, we're looking forward to a dramatic quarterfinal, detailed with exceptional play, court movement, and some great shots. We're all looking forward to that. And since we're in Uganda, the crowd is here. Spectators are absolutely loving the quarterfinal matches. In the semi-finals, we'll be talking to some of the players once they're done with their match. For now, we'll let the winners be winners and losers be losers in the quarterfinal. We'll be chatting to those ladies and men's and those that are participating in the plate finals as they get closer to those finals and the semi-finals. Now, James Dalidi. Looking to serve, and it's best of 5. The crowd giving a round of applause just before they start. They're wishing each other well. And so it begins. We're off. James Dalidi against Muqtadir Nimji. It's the quarterfinal of the Uganda Squash Tournament of 2025. We're in Tororo, the Rock Classic Hotel. And so it begins. And we're off. And just as we've expected, James, the powerhouse, really pushing those drives in. Muqtadir, a lot more of a calmer approach. And Mux's game really turns up towards the second game, where James starts from the get-go, really powering through the first half of the first game. You see a lot more aggression from James than Muqtadir. And a great start so far from Dalidi. Well, one thing's for sure, both players can get around the court. And knowing both players, one is known for movement and one is known for pace, and that movement comes from Muqtadir Nimji. James Dalidi, pace and power. And Muqtadir Nimji has been coaching juniors throughout most of last year. He only gave that gig up to move to France and playing top competitive leagues in France with some of his mates. And that's where the difference is, by getting exposed to squash leagues and players from around the world to just improve your game. It's incredible what you learn from other players and incredible what you learn just by watching the game. That's just too much for James. Says well done to Muqtadir. Now James Dalidi, you'll find him most of the time at Parkland's Squash Club. Trains early mornings. His sessions are usually done by 8 AM on the court, starting really early from around 6 AM at Parkland's Squash Club. And has a great following within the squash community within Kenya. And much like Muqtadir Nimji, and a really difficult day for the spectators from Kenya to be able to decide who to support in those quarterfinals, and a let being given just as Mux loses his racket. Well, he's questioning whether a let should be given, and it should be a stroke. I mean, James is in his way. James needs to clear and make way. And he's got a point. If James doesn't clear the way, it is a stroke. He's been given a let. He's questioning whether it's 2-3. He hasn't been awarded the point. And now he's having a one-on-one coaching lesson on the rules of squash with the officials. And that being marked by squash player Marwa. And again, by his side, the Squash Federation of Africa's president. Decisions being called now by Marwa. Let being played. Mux isn't going to be happy about that. Nonetheless, as they say in squash, justice. 3-all. And James looks like he's just losing a bit of focus there. And he's not new to competition and pressure like this. James has been plying his trade for quite some time. They say his strengths are quick movement, powerful strokes and deep court coverage. But he still has some weaknesses on him. He can struggle with consistency, especially when he's under pressure. That was him trying to sort of get around Muqtadir. Muqtadir didn't really place that one around or away, as he should do. And a great start from James. Maybe that's what he needs to do to put pressure under, or put pressure for Muqtadir. James has been playing incredible squash in the last few years. He represented Kenya in the regional squash tournaments. Podium finished in the Kenya Open multiple times as a finalist. And James isn't somebody who's been playing squash for a very long time. He's consistently worked at his game to be where he is today. He started quite later on in life, and you find quite a few of those type of players that pick up the game much later in life. But he has been a fast riser, known for his quick movement and ability really to put top players under pressure. There's a stroke called against James. That was really a schoolboy error. I mean, he could have known that Mux would be right there. He doesn't even need to hit the ball. He just needs to put his racket out there and say, you know, let please. But with that said, we're expecting a great game for James Dalidi. And what really makes him dangerous is his explosive nature and his attacking mindset. If the ball does increase in pace, he thrives on that absolutely. He loves to hit a hard ball. He loves the fast-paced rallies. And just using his aggression to his advantage, just driving his opponent to follow his tempo. If Mook slows it down, James will not like that really at all. Most of those errors being forced. James's strength really is these finding those nicks and these kill shots. And there he's attempting to go for it. That one was short, but it's kind of James's style, looking for those nicks, looking for those tight drops. And you'll see later on those kill shots that define James, especially under pressure. And if he keeps the pace up, it might force Mooks to have to react to his tempo. And that just generally makes him a tough opponent to take on, especially in a quarterfinal. Oh, current score is 6-7. Here's that aggressive play by James, and that one falling short, hitting the tin. There's those kill shots that we were talking about. James loves those kill shots. And of course, he plays a very fast game. He loves it. The faster it is, the better for him. And there he is losing control. It's coming towards the top end of the first half. And James really needs to keep that focus and not let Mooks outdrive him or outplace him. And no doubt going into this quarterfinal, Muqtadir Nimji is the favorite. Underdog being James Dalidi. That's the nick that we're talking about. That's the nick. That's classic James Dalidi. James just looking for that opportunity at the front. He's asking for let. He's going to say, telling the referee that no thank you, no let, but it is a stroke to Muqtadir. Now, Muqtadir is an experienced player. He's the younger of the two. Mook's just peaking before 26 years old now. Could be 25. And he's got a spring in his step. He's been training hard. He's got some international experience as well, competed in regional and continental events, and he won the prestigious Kenya Open quite a few times. You would hear that his name was mentioned quite a few times as a youngster, playing in tournaments, even from the age of 16, being an opponent to look out for. And they've described him as a real thinker on the court, a cerebral player who knows just how to dictate the tempo and is really trying to match and slow down James Delidi now, while his short volleys and deep court control just make him a difficult opponent to take on, especially if you're looking to find that space and move him away from the tee. There's that power coming from Delidi. Good placement again to the front. But just enough steam, not enough steam for Squash players. And if they're going to get there, they're going to have to show their grit when it comes to mental strength and patience. There's that beautiful drive back by Muqtadir Nimji. And he can give it as much as he can take it. Fast-paced, aggressive play, he can do that. He chooses not to. He looks for precision. That's a great opportunity for James now to come back. 7-9 in the second.
Game ball 7.
There we have it, 2 games to love. Muqtadir Nimji leads. And a great performance from both players so far in the quarterfinals. There we have the younger Nimji and Paul Kaduma following James Delidi. The 2 players both representing their country, Muqtadir being the younger of the 2. However, James has really risen to prominence over the last few years. Although he's in the shadow of his number 1, he's played some exciting squash tournaments. He's known for his dynamic and aggressive style of play. And although born and raised in Nairobi, he's been traveling across the East African region, going over to Uganda, Tanzania, Zanzibar. Last year in 2024 or 2023, he made his way down to Namibia for the Namibian Open. Of course, seeing the likes of Manda Chilambwe and more. His squash family from down south. He managed to pick up more skills and more exposure as he sees what Southern African squash has to offer. And of course, when it comes to Namibian squash, you've got the likes of the South Africans who are also joining the fray, taking on Egyptians, Ghanaians, Ugandans and Kenyans, all in the fight for top spot in the Namibian Open. This year in 2025, the Uganda Open is in Tororo, and that's what we're currently underway with in the quarterfinals. But look out, James is 2 love down. Hopefully we'll see his natural athleticism and attacking mindset coming back into play as he looks to clinch a game against Kenya's number 1. And Muqtadir Nimji comes with a wealth of experience at his young age, and of course he's a respected squash player, and kids love to be around him, learning from the best that Kenya has to offer. Originally from Mombasa, He's been a dominant force in the Kenyan squash scene for quite some time. He competed locally and internationally. He spent some time in Birmingham at the Edgbaston Priory Club. But since coming of age, he's held that Kenyan #1 ranking for quite some time now, and he's known really for his discipline, his strategic approach to the game, and just his brilliance when it comes to court movement. Now, to love. And in this game, it looks like Mux is starting to respond to James's hard hitting, which isn't really his style. But with some force and respond with force, changes your style of play. So I wonder how long he's going to keep this up for. And he is known for playing the game of errors, waiting for James to make those errors, and that might be what he's looking for. And that one just sliding out ever so slightly. Now James having a great start to the second game, or the third game. He's currently 2-love down, looking to work his way back up. This is uncharacteristic of Muqtadir. Both of those balls he could have got with ease. There was a strange bounce towards the right-hand side of that ball. I think that might have put him off foot. And the referee says play let. And Muqtadir is saying that he's pushing him in. Where is he supposed to go? Great response from James. Great drive. He loves that. First bump in the air. Could this be a 5-setter between these two? Well, if it does get into a 5-setter, both players will be ready and up for whatever it takes. And James has shown that he's ready to take on Kenya's #1 and finally step out of the shadow as #2. But there's no doubt that Mux really excels in these long, grinding matches. And he's ready to keep consistent. Now he's digging his way back up from 1-5. This is the third. He's leading 2 games to love. A great drive by Muqtadir, just changing direction for James. Great shot by Kenya's #1. Just leaving no choice for James to give that straight drive. That's classic Muqtadir, remaining calm at all times. Growing up in Mombasa, he started his squash at a very young age, taking on from his dad. Mombasa being a city that's smaller than Nairobi, nonetheless has sufficient squash communities to inspire youngsters. Wow, James Dalidi looks at the crowd and says, "Give me more." His confidence is peaking now. 6-3 in the third. Now that was an attempt by Muqtadir. I'm sure his friends from Mombasa, his family and former squash community are all backing him right now to win. That was the chance for James to secure a kill shot there, but he's asking for let, and the referee says no let. And the squash players from Mombasa, if you're out there and listening, well, we'd love to hear from you. Do you think Mooks can win this 3-love, or is James going to come back? Tell us a little bit more about the squash scene in Mombasa. We know that Mombasa is one of the oldest cities in Kenya, which has been a major trade center for centuries, going back all the way to the 12th century. Very famous place, beautiful city, very clean and very diverse in terms of culture. And they actually said that Mombasa was first controlled a long time ago, in the 16th century, by the Portuguese. There's that fast play again. James loves it. Is it really fast play that he needs in this third game? It seems like it is. So far, so good for Dalidi.
8-5.
Giving himself a wipe down. Nairobi not as warm as it is in Tororo, Uganda. And of course with millions of people in the capital city. It's one of Africa's larger cities. But more about its elevation. It's above sea level, 1,795 meters. That gives it a cooler climate than most of the African capitals and cities. As nice as it is in Tororo, it can get a little warm. Great recovery from James. James just fetching and picking up like a champ. And of course they call him the general. He commands respect in squash. Very physical game between these two. Very physical game between these two. And representing Nairobi very well in this quarterfinal.
9-5, and I recommend you please avoid clouding each other. That's necessary. So 9-5, avoid clouding each other. Play 9-5.
It looks like lead is being played. And right now in the green city in the sun, aka Nairobi, many people are connecting in to support James. Very good pickup from Dalidi. Now that fast-paced play from James is really paying off. It's giving Mooks the rattle that he needs to just be under pressure. And that was unfortunate for James. That 19-inch 10, a little too high for him this time. And this will be a very different game if it was playing on that 17-inch tin that they're used to in Nairobi. And with a higher tin, it just keeps the game flowing a lot longer. And needless to say, I think the players have adjusted very quickly and very well to the higher tin, and the fact that there's a court that isn't 100%. They've acknowledged it and worked around it. And now asking for let, he really means a stroke. And he gets a let. He gets a let. He's very disappointed with that. Now James having a discussion with the referee. First question is, how is he supposed to play that ball? The final decision comes from the referee, and James should respect that decision. Should get back on the court and continue. There's no discussions back and forth between a referee in this stage or any stage in the tournament, really. And now a replay is being given where both the umpire and the referee is having a look. There's a bit of interference. And James does have the absolute right to get to that ball directly. He has direct access to the ball, and Muqtadir must move out of the way. He's played the ball and moves towards James. It should be going towards the tee or out of the direction for a direct line for James. So if you're listening in, let us know what your decision will be. Stroke, let, no let. Let us know in the comments. And let is being called by the officials. And now let has been played. James doing his thing. And the crowd love it. The crowd absolutely love it. It's Team James all the way in this audience. The spectators are backing him 110% as the underdog taking on Kenya's #1. 2 love so far, and in the third, and now 3 game balls for James Dalidi in the third. And once we get to the third, we'll really start to see the chinks in the armor. And there's that side wall. As frustrating as it can be, both players have accepted that this is part of the game, provided they're ready to react. And that's an attempt by James. Slight drop. Doesn't quite get the result that he was looking for. Now, Nimji coming up to 8-10. 2 game balls for Dalidi. 9-10. 9-10, I beg your pardon. 9-10, game ball. What a fantastic play by James. Both players really wanting to secure a win here. Fantastic recovery from both players. No doubt you're going to hear a roar from the spectators. And that's just gone out! It's just gone out for James. Fantastic play by both. Team Nigeria clapping, Zambians clapping, and so are the Ugandans. Fantastic play from both players. Our referee saying court service. I think that's fair to request some court service after that. James Dalidi takes on Kenya's number 1. It's a 1-2 affair. Straight out of Kenya. 1 from Mombasa, 1 from Nairobi. And what fantastic play. What a fantastic display of squash from both these players, both being able to pick up. James really working and continuing as far as he can. And of course, this gives them a little breather before the final 2. Now the players must win by 2 points. And it's 10-all in the third. And now it's game ball, match ball for Kenya's number 1. And can James keep composed? And that is it. James Dalidi goes down to Muqtadir Ninji. Fantastic display. Mum giving Muqtadir a winner's hug, and so does younger brother. Well done, brother. And fantastic display of squash.
Tomorrow is going to be a happy day for those going to City Hall.
There we have it.
And those who have not registered for City Hall, please register at the office.
We are done with the semi-finals, and tomorrow is the day where all the players get to relax. I beg your pardon, the quarterfinals. We're done now with the quarterfinals. We now get into the semi-finals, which means the plate, the men's semi-finals, the ladies' semi-finals, and the juniors. And we've seen some fantastic squash at Tororo's Uganda Open, and you can't ask for more. Now, with all these matches being played, we look forward to another fantastic display of squash in Tororo. And you can't fault any of the players this evening. We're looking forward to fantastic games for the ladies. We're keeping a sharp eye on Zimbabwe's Polite. We're also keeping a close eye on Nigeria's number one player. Tomorrow we'll have more interviews coming your way as we have one-on-one conversation with some of these players. And not quite the result that James Dalidi was looking for today, but in our quarterfinals we had Dixit Ravi taking on Ivan Waswa, beating Ivan Waswa in the first quarterfinal match. We also had Muqtadir earlier on taking on Marwa and winning against Marwa. Now against James Dalidi. Muqtadir remains Kenya's number one, James at 2. And Zambia's Enos Mu went down to Femi Shebara of Nigeria. We had a fantastic game where we had Ahmed from Egypt taking on Paul Kaduma. And this is after 3 games. Paul successfully going through to the semi-finals, 3-love against the Egyptian. And now we've got Paul Kadoma, we've got Femi from Nigeria, Muqtadir Nimji from Kenya, and also Dixit Ravi from India, all in the semi-finals. I hope you can join us tomorrow. Like our page, Stream Zone in Kenya, Stream Zone Kenya, and follow us for all those notifications and updates when we'll be live again for the quarterfinals or semi-finals of the Uganda Squash Open here in Tororo. I'm Chops, and thanks for joining us, and we'll be back again tomorrow with more squash action. Until then.
Courts of Kenya to the towering pyramids of Egypt, Beyond the Court uncovers untold stories of resilience. This February, we head to Uganda to discover the next generation of African squash champions. With your support, we'll turn dreams into reality, transforming old courts and broken rackets into symbols of hope. Join us in telling Africa's squash story to the world. Beyond the Court, a story of discovery. From the courts of Kenya to the towering pyramids of Egypt, Beyond the Court uncovers untold stories of resilience. This February, we head to Uganda to discover the next generation of African squash champions. With your support, we'll turn dreams into reality, transforming old courts and broken rackets into symbols of hope. Join us in telling Africa's squash story to the world. Beyond the Court, a story of discovery.
Impact in the squash world. Why are we not able to tackle this situation? Why are we not able to do youth outreach to not just kids in the United States, but kids all over the world? We have 3 objectives. The first objective is youth outreach. Our other 2 goals is our athletic and our academics. The main goal of the Squash Growth Foundation is to grow the sport. I really think our foundation is going to make a very meaningful impact. The main problem is that when people think Africa, they think Egypt. But we have to remember that there are many countries there. We want to make sure that they get what they're asking for and what they need. I'm Firaz Khan, and I'm the director